quorum. We have a quorum. Then we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, and
You too.
let's see. Would you lead the pledge?
Pledge, okay. All right.
Tina.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. Let's see. We're going to have the invocation. Could we please rise for that? And I'm so pleased this morning to introduce Pastor Jimmy Draper, and he's the former president of the Southern Baptist Convention and Lifeway Christian Resources. He also led a very popular church in our area up in Northeast Tarrant County. And thank you, Pastor, for being here this morning.
Thank you so much. Lord, here we are again. We thank you that we can come to you, that you're never busy, always there. So we appeal to you today to bless us, bless this meeting today, bless this board. Pray that you would guide them in all things. Lord, this is not a real popular job, but they do their best. They're needed. We're grateful for them. We ask you to give them a good day. Pray that they will have your guidance and wisdom. And thank you for loving us, caring for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Yes. Thank you. Well, and next we come to that annual action. We will, election of chairman and secretary of the board. You can't hear?
Just keep talking.
Okay. All right. We're at the item 5, election of chairman and secretary of the board. At this time, I will entertain a motion for chairman of the board.
I'd like to make a motion for chairman of the board, Catherine Wildman, and secretary of the board, Mr. Young.
Well, any other nominations?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the privilege of serving this board and as chair, and we have a lot of work to do, and we intend to get it done in a very positive manner. Thank you. Thank you so much, board. Thank you for this vote of confidence.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thanks for willing to do it.
That's the key. Okay.
You notice I didn't give them a choice?
I like that.
That's done. Okay. Well, moving on. Let's get down to business. We have recognition of our visitors and public comments. Looks like I've got a stack here, so we'll just go down as they signed up. Mr. George Dodson.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I come before you today to share some critical issues that must be resolved, dealing with the lack of transparency and trust between the board of directors and the taxpaying public. I see the board is asking to replace the tape library system with a newer system, and I'm glad to see that TAD is upgrading this old system. But I'd like to hear about how the backup system works. Are full backups or incremental backups taken? Are duplicate backups taken off-site every day? Where are the off-site tapes stored? How often are they taken off-site? And why are only 40 new tape cartridges being purchased? Are all the backups 100% successful every day? What does TAD include in the rest of their disaster recovery process? Are semi-annual disaster recovery exercises done to ensure they can rapidly recover from a complete disaster of their current IT environment, should that occur? How does TAD report the results of these tests, and have the results been shared with the board? I'm also concerned about possible cyber activity on TAD computers, and I'd like to know what TAD is doing to improve their anti-cyber abilities to ensure the safety of their computer systems and, of course, the critical data. I'm sure everyone is aware of the sophistication of cyber activity today. Is TAD staff continually being reminded of the various approaches used by hackers to gain computer access to systems? Has the board been notified of how many cyber attempts have been encountered and what new modifications have been made to ward off these attacks. This is extremely serious. On another front, I'm not pleased the board has decided to not release the entire details of the report from the law firm that investigated the complaints by Mr. Armstrong against Chandler Crouch. I read that Mr. Liot and Mr. Pampa met with the attorney to discuss the report, but I don't see anything on the agenda to discuss the release of the report today. I fear the board is covering up very important information the public should know about. So far, all the board has done was to give Mr. Law and Mr. Armstrong 2-week vacations. I consider that a benefit, not any type of censoring. Has the board apologized, or are you willing to act as a do-nothing organization that's only here to protect Mr. Law and his associates from any oversight by the public? Third, the board has never implemented the review of the appraisal software that the board approved over a year ago. I can't imagine why the board would not want an independent review of the software and the processes and procedures used for appraisals. If you truly expect the public to believe TAD appraisals, the very least you should do for transparency is continue with the review. That is, unless you have zero intent of doing anything positive to show how TAD operates and that the organization is managed relevant reviews by outside experts. One thing I'd like to know is how many work sessions the board holds each year. At our city council, we have found it's critical to be notified in advance of future subjects that may be coming to the council. This gives the opportunity for the council to be briefed, to ask questions of the staff in open session, in addition to giving citizens a heads up for future items. No actions being taken at the work sessions, but no actions are taken at the work sessions, but very often staff gets feedback on these items that may add additional information before the item is presented in the actual formal meeting. I'm concerned that TAD staff appears to wait until the last legal minute to publish the agenda and agenda packet. I strongly suggest the board consider work sessions on major items such as budget and other significant items in the future. I still believe our city is not getting the proper services from TAD, and I've reported that to our council. I've been part of our council that's dramatically improved the efficiency and effectiveness of our city operations. And we didn't approve it by approving everything that the city manager asked us to do. In fact, we investigated areas that were not working officially, and we changed them. On the other hand, I see this board continuing to act as a rubber stamp for the chief appraiser. It's way past time for the board to step up and act as the oversight that you were elected to be. I'm very disappointed that any government is operating as TAD is. I stand ready to help in any way to improve TAD operations. Please let me know how I can help. Thank you.
Just one moment. I would like to correct one thing you said, please. And we do, since this is on the agenda, can we talk about it? I guess not.
It's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda. Never mind. I'll talk to you privately if you like. Offline, I would like to talk to you. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Lon Berman.
I'm not sick, but my wife is, so
Oh.
I spared you as long as I could.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't have COVID, thankfully.
Yeah.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lon Burnham. I live at 2103 6th Avenue, and this is the second time that I have appeared before you. First time, you may recall, I had no intention of speaking until I was verbally assaulted by one of your employees. I'm glad to report that I was treated much better today when I came in the building, so maybe there's been a little HR activity there. It certainly wasn't as bad as Mr. Mata's experience when he was assaulted by people, but I'm here mainly today to talk about HR issues. So on the one hand, thank you. I was not verbally accosted this time. I was greeted warmly and fairly. But in case you have not seen in today's paper, I want to read some of the comments to you that I think need addressing from an HR standpoint, not just the individual. I refer you to the fourth paragraph of the article in today's paper, Star Telegram, as Chief Appraiser Law, about the potential conflict of interest of the TAD board meeting on November 11th. Law's said he would look into the matter, start telephone, request a copy of Massey's personal file on November 15th. She resigned on the 17th. Next paragraph, Law said he talked to Massey and she denied selling real estate, which is clearly now a lie, which is a fireable offense, I would hope, on the spot. When asked about enforcement process for these rules, Law said employees are notified of these rules when they are hired, but they are not required to report it or when they take on a job in addition to a role at CAD. I want to suggest to you that is outside of the norm. It may be inaccurate reporting, but you know you're not allowed to respond to my comments. That is a ethics violation. But that's what's in the paper. And in most public sector entities, and as you know, I was a state employee in the legislature. I was in the legislature for 18 years, and I'm going to be a state employee in the legislature again starting this month, where I will take an ethics class, which I helped in the 70s. Ethics is an evolving process. Based on our experience this morning with the chairwoman making that minor little mistake, and maybe with the example of what we see in this paper, TAD needs to set regular yearly ethics training for its employees, because clearly this is the example got in the paper. Who was the Association of Appraisal District President, but perhaps most crucially, conflict of interest rules protect appraisal districts' commitment to transparency. Quote, the general public already has so much dislike and distrust of the local government and taxing authority, and then to find out that their own internal policy is not even being enforced just adds fuel to the fire. You guys really need to work with your HR department. The security personnel really need training on how not to act like the SS, and other personnel need ethics training. I'll be glad to work with you, Madam Chair, and anybody on the board that wants to look at this. But, you know, I am one of the founders of the Water District Accountability Project. They have numerous of the same issues with ethics, obviously in violation. I hope you'll work to fix this. I don't want to have to come up here every time you have a meeting and ask you to fix your ethics situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Mr. Bennett, Daniel Bennett.
Good morning, Chair Wong and Secretary Diop. Daniel Bennett. To Mr. Diop's point, Mr. Dawson's point, I notified the hack in 2021. The same weekend, DJ White had quit. Actually, 3 hacks, I believe. I hope they were reported to the comptroller's office. I know too. I actually have the website maps asking for all the documentation filed by TAD, alerting the Attorney General and the comptroller's office of those issues. Chana Massey, I stood here a year and a half ago. I held her for listings. I said she's selling real estate. Only one person on this board took notice, made sure it was well informed. That man right there. Everybody else was stoic, quiet, and complacent. Nobody cared, except Jess Harden writes a story, fireworks. So I'm going to start dealing with Jess Harden. All right, for the real reason I'm here today. Good morning, members of the board. According to today's agenda, the board will adjourn to executive session with the purpose of evaluating the chief appraiser for the calendar year of 2022. Based on events this past year, it's most likely a no-brainer not to give the chief appraiser, first, a salary increase, and second, an evaluation meriting continued employment. The chief appraiser, by his actions, cannot be trusted. I've been going to these meetings since 2016. Where you all been? He withholds information from the board and to the public in order to maintain absolute control of his position and power. Taxpayers and tax entities are constantly being harmed by his personal policies or personnel policies of the staff and his own. He rules by intimidation, retribution. He constantly lies, misrepresents questions asked of him. I've seen this in board meetings. He has an agenda that is not in lockstep with this board. He administers and enforces personnel policies that are selective in his liking. I don't need to go into detail regarding the above. I would hope this board has been taking notes this past year. The board suspended Mr. Law last summer without pay for his actions or inactions on retribution by one of his senior staff members. Yet, at the time the board took its actions to suspend, they never really outlined in detail what the reasons were for the suspension and what was expected of him going forward. No rubrics. Every ISD has rubrics. Plan of action for the people that they supervise. There's zero. The senior staff member is still employed and the community is still wondering what was accomplished. What did you accomplish? What was done? Who's next in line? The senior staff member is employed and the community is still wondering about what was accomplished. I say it twice, you hear it. Usually you say things 3 times, so somebody will remember it. The board made promises of being more transparent, yet though the passage of time has remained mostly silent. You guys have remained silent the passage of time. Talking about the good old boy philosophy. I see this as a water district, I see this at the college, and I see it right here. It appears to be very relevant at TAD among the board. The board, at a minimum, should not reward such bad actions with salary increase at a minimum, but really should send the chief appraiser packing and replace him with an individual who feels the calling of a servant to the people. I have spoken to other chief appraisers who are actually stewards of other central appraisal districts. The comptroller has assigned these people to oversee these other appraisal districts. And the one thing I took away was treating the employees and the senior staff, treating the public with dignity and integrity. I won't tell you who I've spoken to, but that was my take, and it was refreshing. Thank you for your time.
Next is Mr. James O'Day.
James O'Day, 1200 East Maddox, Fort Worth, Texas. I'll take Tracy. I don't know if we can turn it up just a little bit for Tracy. First off, I'd like to say that I've been to many other appraisal districts, and there's not an appraisal district that's better than TAD. And that's because of Mr. Law's leadership. I know there's other people who have problems with Mr. Law. I don't know what those problems. I know that being in other appraisal districts, Tarrant Appraisal District is the best appraisal district in the state of Texas. Tax consultant and advocate for taxpayers, I just wanted to bring that to the forefront because of other comments that have been made today. And in light of transparency, I'd like to talk about something else. Conflicts of interest can arise in a wide variety of ways. In all cases, the underlying concern is the same, ensuring that decisions are made impartially and managing the risk of bias or the appearance of bias. In all situations, a conflict might be actual or perceived. That is, you might have an actual conflict. There could be no conflict, but to an outside observer, it looks like there is. Board member Rich Diott started writing news articles for the Texas Scorecard in 2019 and serves on the TAD Board of Directors. The Texas Scorecard in 2019 began endorsing Chandler Crouch, property tax consultant. As such, this creates either a real conflict of interest or a perceived conflict of interest. During one of the TAD Board of Directors meetings, Mr. Crouch sent Mr. Diott a text message to his personal cell phone. It is obvious that Mr. Crouch and Mr. Diott are more than acquaintances. Mr. Crouch's statement on 6/30/2022, Mr. Law needs to not work here anymore, could promote undue bias to his friend, Mr. Diott, whose job as one of the TAD Board of Directors is, amongst other things, to hire and fire the chief appraiser. It is pertinent for Mr. Diott to properly control the communication he had with Mr. Crouch, including phone calls, text messages, emails, and personal meetings. Mr. Diott advocates for transparency, so this should be a non-issue. I believe that Mr. Diott needs to recuse himself from the Board of Directors to prevent any future conflict of interest that may arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tracy Stanley.
No, I was not on the back.
You do not want to speak? Oh, okay. All right. Not a speaker. That concludes all of,
Wait, Steve. No, I'm sorry,
you do want to speak? Okay, well, we'll go back and let you speak. On property taxes, I'll just write that down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My question to more of a request to Tarrant Appraisal District is that when they send out the notices of the proposed value, we've had several calls, not just me, but others, about the property owner calling, where do I find my estimated taxes? And I know the law has changed, and that's an option. It doesn't have to be done by the appraisal district anymore, but I know other appraisal districts are doing that. And when we have large increases like we've had, they don't know what the estimated taxes are gonna be. And I understand both parties, both sides, because Tarrant Appraisal District has no idea what the tax rate's gonna be in October when they send them out on January. But then, in the past, we've always used last year's tax rate, and they get a general idea. What's happened this year is that because it's missing in the proposed value, they often skip past it and then just look at the raise and say, yeah, that's probably pretty close to right because everybody's buying houses and the value goes up. But they don't have an idea of what the taxes are. And so that's something that's missing that other appraisal districts do, voluntarily do. And I would ask that if it's possible to put that back on the proposed value, it would help property owners get an idea of what their the estimated tax would be. Understand what I'm saying?
I think we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Now, that concludes all of the cards that I have. Are there any others here who wish to speak that have not signed up? If so, you'll go to the desk. You can sign a card. No other one? Then we shall move to the item 7, action items. The consent agenda items are actions regarding approval of Board of Directors meeting minutes, and I presume, and action regarding purchase of tape library system to replace existing system. I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to remove item 7A2 from the consent agenda and request that we have a short presentation on that to the board.
Fine. Okay. Then that leaves the minutes of the last board meeting. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Move approve?
Second.
Okay. Motion approval to approve action under consent agenda item 1. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, we'll remove number 2, the action regarding purchase of tape library system to replace existing systems. And I would ask Mr. Law if you would like to.
Yes. I'll obviously entertain any questions that Mr. Pompa has regarding this issue, but basically, as the write-up says, that this is a system that was bought back in 2007. It's older technology and needs to be replaced. Pardon me. It also has caused some of our annual maintenance to kind of be increased because of this older technology. And as you know, the point that was made earlier with regards to backups, I definitely can bring to since it's not on the agenda, I can bring that to a discussion item or a report at, say, the next meeting with regards to some of the questions that were raised. Our IS director is not in the room today, so can I ask just what particular questions you may have had that I would know more about how to try to answer?
I think the cost, I didn't see, unless I missed it, a cost associated with this.
Well, on the staff recommendation, it would be an amount not to exceed $65,000. So I think we'd still kind of be in maybe, are we like in some negotiations still with what the final cost would be?
And is that already part of our budget, or are we gonna have to make an adjustment to the budget?
No, it's a line item in the budget.
Okay.
It was a planned purchase, and so it's in the budget.
Okay, that's all I need.
Good. Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion to, unless anybody has any other questions.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
So, we're using backup tapes from 2007. Put things in context, I recently replaced several computers that were dated in my office before that, so it's old technology, and I understand some of the limitations there, but I understand how it can still work. I was surprised to find out in my office those systems are that old. My IT people are pushing me to the cloud, and I'm not going there yet, but have y'all considered cloud options?
Yeah, and I'd probably be better off getting Cal to address that question. Jeff, can you see if Cal's office is he not?
He's rehab first.
Oh, okay. He had surgery recently. We have discussed cloud options. I know that even back when DJ was here, he looked into the cloud. It becomes a pretty expensive option, but Cal has talked to me more and more about moving things to the cloud and looking towards the cloud. I know we're working on an initiative right now where we would part of our website would be to create a data warehouse that would be cloud-based. The agents would benefit quite a bit from this, where we would put just a tremendous amount of data that gets basically like public information requests come in often. We could push people to this data warehouse that would exist with, just go there and you can download it yourself, that type of thing. But that we're talking about doing a cloud-based system. In answering one of the questions is that, yes, every day we have a partnership with North Richland Hills. And for like a whole week, our staff will take our tapes to North Richland Hills and then we'll pick up their tapes and bring them here. And so we store off-site, we store our tapes off-site of our backups. And then the following week, North Richland Hills will bring their tapes to us and take our tapes back to them. So we have partnerships like that. Yes, sir, Jeff?
You might, and also in that sharing of the tapes, the technology they have is very similar to our technology. So the ability to,
like a disaster.
To be able to either them, run their tapes over here or us, that's been part of the kind of our ongoing plan.
Yeah, but Jeff and I probably don't need to be the one that explains the whole disaster issue. Cal would be much better at explaining that. So I'll bring that back as an information item to the board to address the questions that was raised. But
I would ask, since this is on the issue, Mr. Dotson, you had some questions there. I wasn't able to keep up in my notes, but they all sounded like thoughtful, experienced questions.
Okay.
So are we addressing everything that you're concerned about there? And the reason I ask is because I think the questions were very relevant there.
Yeah. One major concern is overall safety. Oh, sure. Yeah. One of the sort of the item I was trying to get to is, as a part of a disaster recovery plan, a total disaster recovery plan, the backups are very important, but also it's very important to know is, are you only backing up the data? Are you only backing up some of the software? Are you only backing up, it's a very comprehensive thing that you need to understand is absolutely everything. And have you tested the backups? Because it does no good if you just send tapes over there that may not be 100% of the backup. Because when you have programs that do backup, I'm assuming you have some kind of a system that actually pulls the data out. But there's several ways it can be done. You can either pull everything, or you can pull just the changes that were made. Those are called incremental backups. I've done this as a career, investigating, and it's amazing how many situations where, sure, they get backups, but they have no idea how much of the data was backed up, what backups did not successfully execute. And if they haven't tested, if they haven't taken those tapes, tried to restore them and determine whether the system is exactly the way it was before, then you've got nothing. You're going through an exercise. I mean, I agree 100% that you shouldn't be using an old backup system. And this new backup system, by the way, I also was involved in the development of cartridge tape drives back in 1980. Going from the old vacuum column tape, the big round tapes, to cartridge tapes so that they could be used in libraries. I'm ecstatic at the data that I see. They've gone from megabytes to terabytes on an individual tape, just like they're doing with the solid state drives. But anyway, to get to the bottom line, all these things need to be understood to make sure that you can be successful. Let's say, what happens if the building goes down? Do you have any plans for where you would operate from? I mean, I understand that Northwestern Hills has the same kind of tapes. That's wonderful, but that doesn't do anything if you don't have any systems that are available to run. So, would you be out, 6 months, 3 months to be able to get back up and running? All those questions are very, very critical.
And I do appreciate you bringing them up, and my plan, I'm like you, I couldn't write down what he was saying fast enough, so I was going to go back and listen to your recording.
Would you like for me to just send you?
Oh, that would be great, yeah. I'm either going to go listen to it and write it down, or if you would send it to me, that'd be fine, yeah.
Sure.
Because,
is your email address on?
No, it's pretty simple, though. It's jlaw@tad.org.
I can do that. Can you spell that?
Yeah, J-L-A-W.
L-A-W.
Good.
tad.org.
I'll be glad to send that to you.
I would appreciate that. And
I can share it with the board.
Oh, I will, and I'll plan on having I'll not talk about that. I'll address you and your question. I'll plan on bringing back an information item on the agenda to try to have. I'll probably have Cal address the questions. They speak the same language as Mr. Dotson.
Yeah. If you would like, I would be willing to meet with you all and go through.
Well, I know we have a disaster recovery plan and things of that nature. I just not prepared today to really to recall that.
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Dotson.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dotson.
The things I got from that I missed the first time was the testing of the backups and
I heard.
catastrophe recovery,
Yeah.
which you're already going to address.
Yeah, we're going to bring those back to you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Item B and C are
Well,
going to...
we haven't taken an action on that
Oh,
yet.
taking action, yeah, let's see. I think
Tony was
Tony
going to
made
make
a
the motion.
motion.
Mr. Diot had
Oh,
a
yeah,
question.
we had a second. Okay, all in favor? Aye?
I think that went down, that sounds unanimous to me.
Yeah,
It went
it-
down, Tony made the motion. And I
Yeah,
made the
you
second.
did. So it's,
Close enough.
no, I mean, everybody voted yes.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, we got that done.
We're good.
We're good. Item C and C will be discussed in executive session, so there's no action at this time. It will be done after executive session. There will be action on those items. Now we're down to item 8, discussion items, and to discussion follow-up regarding authorization of agent forms.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to Jeff Craig. I apologize to the board for being sick at the last board meeting. I'm not sick today, but I keep coughing. I told Mr. Martinez, I've been a chief appraiser now for a little over 24 years, and that was the first board meeting I've missed in 24 years. So I appreciate Jeff stepping in and assuming the role here. But there was a question that was brought up with regards to appointment of agent forms, and I actually did chair a meeting that occurred after that board meeting, and it was a Texas Association of Appraisal Districts subcommittee meeting that I chaired. And in attendance at that meeting was Mr. Brent South, Chief Appraiser of Hunt County, Tim Radloff, the Chief Appraiser of Lubbock County, Jasmine Escamilla, she is over the, I think, the ARB department down in the Harris County Appraisal District area. We also had on that meeting was Chris Jackson. He's with the Purdue Brandon Law Firm. He's a property tax attorney. He actually represents the Tarrant Appraisal District in litigation. We also had Steve Dunson from IntegraTax. He's a tax consultant. We had Steve Lass of Morrison Head, who is also a property tax consultant. He also is the current president of the Texas Association of Property Tax Professionals, the Tax Consultant Association. And then we also had Mr. Joe Harrison of Harrison Duncan. He is a tax attorney. He tends to represent property owners in litigation matters, but he's also lead counsel, legal counsel to the Texas Association of Property Tax Professionals. So we had a good group of folks on there. The purpose of the meeting was to really identify best practices of handling appointment of agent forms. What could appraisal districts do and what could tax agents do in a best practices format. I am still working on that best practices document, if you will. Once I complete it, I'll be sending it back to our TAAD legislative committee, and it obviously won't be finalized. I'm sure we'll discuss it and tweak it and things of that nature, but I'm trying to just summarize and put in what we did. The two things that we discussed really in this meeting were the agent's role in the AOA process and the appraisal district's role in the AOA process. Some of the issues that we dealt with were accuracy when completing the form. This was the agent role side of it. The need for accuracy in completing the forms. Then we had a discussion about signatures on the AOA forms. How are they collected? Do they need to be wet signatures or do they need to be digital signatures? And do the appraisal districts have any responsibility of policing the signatures on the AOA forms? That's obviously been an issue that's been brought up before to this board. The attendees agreed that digital signatures are good if they have some type of validation. There's a way to validate the signatures on the forms. And I know there's a lot of services out there. DocuSign is one, real popular. We've actually looked into it here for electronic signatures, but for an appraisal district that might have to deal with hundreds of thousands of electronic signatures, it's a very expensive option for us. But for tax agents who might be able to pass that cost on to their clients as a part of doing business, it might be a more reasonable thing to do. Some type of digital signature if it has a way to validate the signature that was captured by the tax agent. We had an agreement with the attendees, the tax agents and the chief appraisers, that really the appraisal districts don't have any responsibility in policing the signatures, nor do we have the bandwidth and the ability to go out and verify every single signature that we get in. There was a question regarding iPad signatures, and is there a way that through the iPad that the signature can be validated? So I think it might be a situation where tax agents might go out onto the field, they might go talk to Mr. Diot and his business, say, I want to represent you here, just sign your name on this iPad. You know, is a finger a valid signature? And I think we had a comment at one of our previous meetings about an electronic signature versus a digital signature, where an electronic signature can be a capturing of any type of scribble, a pen or something of that nature, versus a legitimate digital signature that's done through either Adobe or DocuSign or something like that. But the agents and the appraisal districts both agreed that there was nothing wrong with wet signatures and there's nothing wrong with digital signatures as long as there's a validation capability. So that'll be something we'll be working towards. Right now, the comptroller does not require anything with regards to the digital signature as far as a validation process, to my knowledge. They just say, they use the term electronic, which, again, how do you define an electronic signature? So that'll be something that we'll work towards. The other issue was, and I apologize for this being long, but this was about a 2-hour meeting that we had that I'm summarizing for you. Execution of the form, that's the agent's responsibility. Really, it was the forms need to be accurate. The forms need to be thorough in their information. They needs to be complete. There is no question among appraisal districts and tax agents that the form to use is the Comptroller's 50-162 form. There was a comment that was made at the December meeting. I did manage to watch the meeting live. I was thankful that I could do that. And there was a comment that was made about another form, and I can't remember the number. It was like 50-2 something, 200 and something. That form is not to be used by typical agents. There was a lawsuit and a settlement many years ago with another agent firm out of Houston that in the settlement it required that firm to use that particular form when doing single-family residences. And so we get that form from that particular agency, but all the other agents typically do they do it on Form 5162. So that we were all in agreement there as far as the execution of the form. Next question we came up with revocation of agent designation. Obviously, an agent can get a designation. If I may use you as again, Mr. Diot could sign the form, designate an agent. Mr. Diot also has the ability to revoke that and to send a notification. I don't want this agent anymore. I want this agent now. Well, also the agent has the ability to revoke. The agent could come in and say, hey, I don't want to represent this taxpayer anymore, and they can revoke it. So the question was, what's the best way to revoke? What's the best way for agents to revoke designations? What's the best way for property owners to revoke designations? The agents actually said revocation through email or through a portal, some type of online website portal, would be the best way they felt for them to be able to revoke designations. And they pointed out that the Travis Central Appraisal District and their agent portal had a really good process. And so I'm going to be looking into that to see what exactly Travis County does and how they offer a agent revocation. So there was some consensus there that when a revocation needs to be made, doing it online in a way and or through email was the consensus there. I'll tell you, there was very little disagreement that we had in our conversation. We met, we saw eye to eye on a lot of things. They agreed to some things that they ought to do better, and we agreed to some things that we ought to do better. So it was a very, very good meeting. So agent revocations. One thing that we do need to do as appraisal districts, and I've agreed Tarrant Appraisal District will do this, is we need to provide more notification and communications between the appraisal district and the agents when revocations happen. A lot of times agents don't know they've been fired, and I use that word just as a way to say their agency designation has been revoked. A property owner decides that they want to go with a different agent. And so what happens a lot of times is a revocation is signed, a new AOA, a new appointment of agent form is filed, and the previous agent does not know that they no longer represent that property owner. And so appraisal districts, I think, have agreed to say, you know what, we need to do a better job of notifying the former agent that they no longer have representation or they're no longer designated to be the agent for that account. Vicki, our ARB coordinator the other day, actually met with some of our IT staff to figure out, is there a way that when an agent revocation comes in that we can send an automatic email to the former agent to say, sorry, but you no longer represent this account. Your agency has been revoked. And so we're going to be working on that. The more automated we can get, the better we can be and the more efficient we can be. So that was a point that the appraisal districts agreed that we need to do better as far as notifying the agents when things change. There was a question about issues of multiple agents filing protest on the same account. There's nothing illegal about this, but the problem comes up in the form of one agent who's maybe the designated agent might file a protest on a property owner's account. Another tax agent that would really like to be the designated agent will file a protest on the same property. And so the appraisal districts have, and it's not been uncommon to get 2 or 3 or 4 protests on the same, especially if it's kind of a nice high-profile type property. It's not uncommon to get multiple protests on the same property. But the way the law is written, the agent that gets the form, the latest agent authorization form in, becomes the designated agent. And it's not uncommon for agents to come in on the day of the hearing and sit down and say, here's my form, I just got it signed this morning, And it's like, okay, you're the designated agent, whoever might have been designated before is out. I can give you a short story one time where I had a call from a tax agent that said, yes, bless you, that said, I don't understand what's going on. My property that I represent has already been set for protest, and I haven't even filed the protest yet. Well, when I got that call, I thought, well, that doesn't seem right. So I went down and investigated. I said, what's the deal on this? They haven't even filed a protest, but the property owner's already notified them of the hearing. Well, that was true. They had not filed the protest, but another agent had filed a protest. And the thing was, we've set that protest up for a hearing. And if that agent brings in the agent designation form at the day of the protest, then they become the designated agent, and the previous agency has been revoked. Oh, okay, I totally understand. Once I explained it, they understood the situation. So there are issues with regards to the issue of multiple protests being filed. Now, this issue came up, and I can't remember if it came up at our November board meeting or our December board meeting. And the question to me was not very clear. So I want to pose the question to the board since this issue was raised. Did the board have any particular specific questions about this issue? Yes, sir?
I do, and it's sort of, it deals with, to some degree, revoking agent. And to me, and maybe I'm addressing this in my mind too simplistically, there's different kinds of agents. Mm-hmm. There are those agents that are designated to handle a protest, and there are those agents that actually are doing the bill paying for a client. Mm-hmm. There is a block on the form which, when you fill out the block, it essentially says, this is my agent for perpetuity.
Yes.
And to me, there's a difference between being my representative to pay my bills and a protest. A protest, in my mind, would be an annual decision. It's not an automatic decision every year that I'm going to protest. So I just think there should be sufficient explanation on the form that says, or that explains that if you check this block, your agent is going to get a copy of your tax statement every year. Mm-hmm. And that comes to your latest point where
yes.
you could have somebody that is the agent last year, but a new agent's filed a protest. I just don't think there's sufficient explanation that says, are you going to protest every year? And,
most of the time they do.
Well, do they?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah, most agents protest everything every year.
Because in my interest in visiting with one of the agents, he showed us a stack of tax records that he just throws away.
Yes.
And it's a stack of thousands of tax records that, in the interest of paper reduction, it would seem that it doesn't need to be duplicated if the property owner understands this is an annual decision. And I don't think that under the current format, does the government form explain that this could be an annual decision, not necessarily every year.
Yeah, and I think
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does make sense, and I think it's a very good point. Now, keep in mind that any change to the form will have to be made by the comptroller's office.
Right. Right.
We are required to use the comptroller's form.
Right, and that's what I thought this
yes.
group was looking at. Is are there any changes that?
Yeah, and I'm going to get to another one here in just a second, which is a really good change that we're looking at as well. Yeah, there are basically 4 elements on that document that the property owner needs to be careful about. The first one is there's 2 check boxes that says, I want all communications from the chief appraiser to go to my agent. And that would be the appraisal notices, final orders, notice of hearing dates, things of that. The next checkbox, actually the notice of hearings would be the next checkbox. The next checkbox is, I want all communications from the appraisal review board to go to my agent. So the appraisal notice, which comes from the chief appraiser or the appraisal district, would go to the agent. Hearing notices and things of that nature would go to the agent as well if they check both of those boxes. That third box that you checked is I want all communications from the taxing entities to go to my agent, and that the taxing entity notification is typically the tax bill. But the one good thing, and when that issue that you brought up was raised and it got to my attention, I did call Ms. Burgess in her office and said, please let me know and verify that if a tax agent gets the tax bill, does the property owner also get a copy of that? And she verified that yes, the property owner and the tax agent will both get a copy. So, and in the case if he threw a bunch away, the property owner still had their valid tax bill in their hand.
And I think there's a distinction. A mortgage company, for example,
Yes.
would pay your tax bill. And
Now that actually works in a completely different way. Mortgage companies don't have to file appointment of agent forms. They deal directly with the tax office on that. So that's a little bit of a different issue. Thank goodness. The fourth issue, though, that's on that form, I said 4, is the date that the agency designation will expire. And there's a line for a property owner, if they want, they can put in a date that says, you know, December the 31st of 2022, this agency determination expires. The vast majority of those that we get have no date in there, and that's where they run into perpetuity, or until that agency is revoked by either the property owner or the agent. So, yeah, that we can terminate them if we're given that date. But again, that's another thing that the property owners sometimes maybe overlook, or they don't read that line to say, yeah, I just want you to do this for 1 year, or no, I want you to be my agent forever. So, but it is a situation that the property owners do need to read those boxes. And I'll just say, too, I think the agents might have a little bit of a responsibility to say, okay, if we check this box, this is what this box means. And because it's the agents that are getting these forms filled out. And I do know in some cases, I talked to one agent not long ago, that there's actually some software providers out there that will download all of our information and put it into a database and then sell the information to the agents. So when they want to do agent authorization forms, they pull up the software, put in an account number, and that software populates all the information. It populates the account number, the owner's name, the mailing address, the physical address, the legal descriptions, and that data is the data that they've downloaded from our website. So it helps fulfill the completion of the form. And thankfully, it does it in a way that it's really nice and legible for processing.
Okay, again, I want to educate myself here, because in the case, and you said that most protests are every year. Okay. If a protest is successful, are your records changed to the protested value?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As
So
soon as
you're reestablishing the benchmark.
yes.
But then it's automatically protested the following year without. Okay.
Yes. And as soon as the protest is established, if there's a need to change the value, I mean, I tell property owners all the time, if you go file your protest with the ARB, which I encourage you to do if you feel like you need to, one of 3 things is going to happen. They're either going to disagree with you, and they may set my value, the appraisal district's value, as the value. They may disagree with me and set the value at your recommended value, or they may disagree with both of us and set a value somewhere in between. So they're either going to agree with you, they're going to agree with the appraisal district, or they're going to disagree with both of us and set a value somewhere else. But if the value changes and it's not, well, there's a term. What's that term? If they don't uphold the appraisal district's value, the appraisal district immediately will make changes to the appraisal roll and then send final orders to the tax agent or the property owner, whichever is designated, to say, here's what the appraisal review board has decided. And then there's certain options that they have to appeal that if they choose.
One more naive question, I guess. If the TAD in the protest is successful and they reestablish a lower rate, where does TAD board value the property the following year?
Well, the law says, that's a great question. That's not a naive question. That's a great question. There's a law that says, it's on 2301E, that basically says that if the appraisal district in the subsequent year, if the property owner had a value determination by either the appraisal review board or by the courts, or even binding arbitration, If it's determined in the previous year, in the subsequent year, the appraisal district cannot raise the value of that property unless there is clear and convincing evidence to do so. And there have been many times in which we look at it from a neighborhood-by-neighborhood basis, where we come back and say there's not enough sales data in this neighborhood to justify raising the values that were set by the appraisal review board, by the court, or through binding arbitration. And so sometimes we have to roll those values. But in the last several years, we've had quite a bit of data that would suggest that property values are continuing to rise. And so we have had evidence to suggest otherwise. Now, save and accept the equal and uniform protests, because, and I don't know how far down this rabbit hole we want to go, but under the equal and uniform protest, you're not contesting that the market value of the property is wrong. You're just saying that the value that's been placed on the roll by the appraisal district is not equal or uniform compared to other properties appraised. In that case, 2301 comes back and says, no, if you have an unequal situation, you need to correct it. So market value, we have to look for clear and convincing evidence. Equal and uniform, we're supposed to make those corrections and make it equal, make it uniform the following year. It's pretty complicated, but
I'm just glad to know your job is so easy.
Everybody has an answer. 2301, okay.
Well, when you've been doing it as long as I have, I do remember some things. So anyway, the agents, actually with regards to the issues of multiple agents in our conversations, the agents do not believe there needs to be any change with regards to that. Now, I'm glad to hear the conversation of what the question was, that they basically like it the way it is, and they don't want any changes there. The last one I had with regards to agent responsibilities is superseding one agent over another. And this is when an individual agent believes that they have agent designation, and at some point in time later, the property owner signs up a different agent. And then the question becomes, who is the agent? And we go by the date on the AOA form. If one individual has a January the 1st, obviously, and then in March the 1st, we have a new agent form. This agent's no longer the designated agent. This is now the agent of record. And the question a lot of times comes up, so what do we need to do? Well, the appraisal districts need to provide better notification to the former agent that they've been superseded. It's almost like the property owner has revoked the former agent and gone with a new agent, but we really refer to that as superseding the other agent. And the law actually allows that process to happen on the day of the hearing. If two agents walk in the door for a hearing, and we say, well, this one is in our record as being the authorized agent, and then the other agent says, yes, but I just got this signed this morning. Okay, this agent is in, this agent is out. And so obviously it would be tough to notify in that particular case, but that literally happens. And we actually have had agents walk in the door with the new agent form the day of the hearing and submit them. So I'll quickly try to go to the appraisal district's responsibility in the processing of AOAs. Basically, it's data entry and timeliness of processing. That's what our role is. Now, one of the questions that was raised is how can the appraisal districts be more efficient in the entry of the AOAs? And we've been looking at potential automation of the process, looking at ways that which we can maybe have character recognition to make this happen. I'll give you an idea, and I went and looked at that this morning, actually, and you can get this off of our website. This is the Excel spreadsheet that I downloaded. I found that from March the 1st of 2022 to July the 25th of 2022, we actually had over 41,000 appointment of agent forms filed. Now that's March to July. March, April, May, June, and July. In that time period, 41,000 documents, new documents with new sign dates were submitted. That's a lot of stuff to try to process in a short period of time, not to mention in the months of May, June, and July, we're actually in the middle of doing hearings. So there could be a perceived issue that, well, gosh, you're just not getting the appointment of agents processed fast enough. Well, maybe not, because there's a lot of them. 41,000 of them to deal with is a lot to do. So there was an agreement that the appraisal districts can do better and maybe try to do better with regards to processing these AOAs quicker. Now, one of these tax agents that was part of our meeting came back and said Dallas seems to be the most efficient in the entry of AOAs. So it's going to be something that we're going to visit with Dallas and say, okay, if you guys get the check mark of being the best, help us understand what it is you're doing with that. I think another thing that we agreed to, that the attendees of this meeting agreed to, was sometimes appraisal districts can get bogged down with minor details. The mailing address on this form doesn't match the mailing address that we have in the system. The situs address or the physical address of the property doesn't match the physical address that's in our system. And I have agreed here at TAD that we're going to come back and we're going to revisit that, and we're going to not get bogged down with the minor details. I think our major concern is, does the ownership match, and do we have the right account number? Because actually what we would like to get from the tax agents is a listing of accounts. These are the accounts that I claim that I represent, that I have the agent designation on. That's a unique number. I mean, you know, if you look at the legal description, lot 1, block 1 of the such and such subdivision, and then you misspell the subdivision name or you write the wrong subdivision name, sometimes writing down a legal description is rather hard. You know, the 40.2 acres out of the AMC abstract number 125, okay, maybe I don't need to get bogged down in, does that match exactly what's in our system? The biggest problem I hear that we're having, though, doesn't necessarily deal with the situs address or the legal description or the account number. It deals more with the mailing address. And what we have found and what we have learned is that sometimes agents are trying to use the appointment of agent form as a way of making an official mailing address change. Now, that's something that we are going to go back to the comptroller's office and ask them to say, can you at least put a box around the mailing address thing to say, yes, this is an official request to change the mailing address. We at TAD, and I think a lot of the other larger appraisal districts, we have a very specific form if you want to do a mailing address change. And so we honor that and respect that form. But when a tax agent sends in an appointment of agent form and says, hey, my property owner said this is his new mailing address, we have not been in the past using the appointment of agent form as an official change of mailing address. Because when I change the mailing address in our records, that gets sent to Wendy's office, and then now that's where the tax bill's going. And so what I don't know is whether that agent and property owner are saying, hey, for this thing, send everything to my office. But maybe they still want their tax bills to go to their house. So we need to have some kind of clarification, and we all agree that we need to have some kind of clarification with regards to maybe there's a box that the property owner would physically check to say, yes, I want my mailing address changed in the appraisal records. Now the tax bills are going to go there, and all notifications, appraisal notices are going to go there. So that's been, I learned, one of the biggest things that we'll kick back and say, hey, we can't process this agency form is because the mailing address doesn't match what's in our system.
Well, that effectively voids the ability to audit a homestead.
It can, yes, and there are specific laws with regards to that. So it's a complicated matter, but I think it's something that we can work out if there's just a simple box that somebody checks and says, yes, I want you to update my mailing address to this. There's a box on the homestead application form for that, right? Yes, sir. Okay, so if a person files for a homestead application, they can say yes. And the law doesn't require that your mailing address has to be your homestead address. You can have it sent to someone else. Like we have a lot of times where folks that are 65 or older, maybe their son or their daughter is taking care of their billing, so maybe the son or daughter becomes the mailing address, and that's fine. But we just need something official to say, yes, I want you to alter my mailing address. So that was, again, a very agreeable thing. We want to do better as far as communication with the agents when their authorization is superseded or when the AOA form is not adequate enough. I said that. The last issue that I'll bring up, and you can ask me any question you want, it had to do with mass changes. We are starting to see some property tax agents buy out other property tax agents. And in the past, most appraisal districts have taken the approach that the new agent needs to get all new appointment of agents signed up before we will just transfer them automatically to the new agent. Some people have said, well, this is a protection to the property owner. How do we know that this property owner wants this other agent to be their tax agent? It's almost kind of like going to the doctor and saying, hey, I'm retiring. Your doctor's retiring, but you're going to be assigned to Dr. Bob. Well, do you want Dr. Bob being your doctor? You have the right to go to a different doctor if Dr. Tom was your doctor and now Dr. Bob's going to be your doctor. And it's kind of the same thing. And we went and we sought legal advice on this from one of the attendees in this meeting and said, what does the law say with regards to transferring, just automatically transferring a designation of an agent from one person to another? The legislature is silent in section 1.111. They just don't address it at all. But the attorney came back and he also looked into the law of agency and the rule of agencies and said it's not very clear there either. But he came back and made the recommendation because we do have this next year, we have a lot of buyouts that have occurred and we're going to have to do some transfers. He recommended that if the seller, the selling agent, were to notify the appraisal district and say, I have sold my agency to agency X, and I'm authorizing you to transfer all of my designations from me to the person, to the buying agent, that the attorney felt like that would be okay. However, we told the agents that the only thing we would transfer is what we currently have listed as an authorized agency. So in other words, if there's 100 accounts in our system that are set for agent A, and agent A sells to agent B, but agent B was buying 125 accounts, we would only transfer the 100 accounts.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you use some other examples of like other people that sell their practice or do something. They normally, that person, that doctor,
The buyer or the seller?
The seller. I mean, like, I'm using it as, because I've had current experience with someone who retired. They notified all their patients or all their people. Why wouldn't the seller notify his people, I'm selling, you're going to this unless you otherwise make a change? I mean, it doesn't seem like it should. Is it really our responsibility or their responsibility to notify those people?
I agree with that completely, because I'm sitting here wondering, you've got a tax agent transferring accounts.
Yeah.
And the homeowner knows nothing about it, and writes letters, and somebody forged my signature on this to change the account.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And it's, the system, I think, would allow that the way it is now.
Yeah, there's just not much in the way of legal standing regarding it. I mean, again, it's happened before. It's happened before, but, and in the past, what we've done is we've said, no, as you as the new agent, you need to go get 3,000 new appointment of agent forms signed by a new signature saying, yes, I choose agent B now instead of agent A. And that's been kind of a consternation point among agents in the appraisal districts. And so, again, we saw it.
Lawyers or something,
yeah,
probably okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we know coming down the path, there's an agency out there, I won't use names, but there's an agency out there that's bought up 2 or 3 rather large firms. And they initially told us, don't make any changes yet. We're going to operate under the way they were originally were, but probably in this year or next year, they're going to come back and say, now transfer all of those agency designations to us, because we now own them. And the attorneys were like, you know, how's the best way, what's the best practice of doing this? And so we've kind of all agreed right now just to go ahead and move forward. If the selling agent says, yes, that's how it should, that is what I've done, we're not, I mean, I hate to say it this way, but we're not taking the word of the buying agent.
Right.
We're taking the word of the selling agent and saying that here's you know, everything in my listing transferred to the agent B. And I don't know, it may cause some problems. It may, I don't have any way to mandate that agent A should notify
You can't.
their
I'm
client.
just saying that it almost doesn't seem fair to the taxpayer that all of a sudden, all my things are done, and nobody has to let me know, they just have to let you know,
Well,
and you have to do this.
I could turn around and
I
let.
mean, it seems so simple to me, maybe it's my simple mind, but nevertheless, if the seller would just send an email or however he communicates with his, people, that I've just sold my practice, so you're all on now on, XYZ.
Yeah, and there's no guarantee that Agent B will be
that-
able to retain all of those,
Well,
all of those property owners. They
anyway,
may
I
choose,
just
just
think-
like you would in a doctor setting, you may choose, I don't want to go to that doctor, I
yeah,
want to
well,
go find a new doctor.
I think we're beating this to death.
You're getting bought and sold without you even knowing about it.
Well, that's what I feel like. I mean, if as a taxpayer, I want to know if I've signed up with somebody, but then just all of a sudden, I don't know where I am, or do I need a new one, or what do I need to do? I don't know.
I want to give
That's
you
my
one more
opinion.
example,
That's all.
just for illustration purposes of how complicated this issue can get. Because, I mean, it's not always just as simple as Agent A, Agent B, property owner, and a tax agent, so on and so forth. We had a situation that happened just this week where a tax agent had a proper agent designation form on 4 accounts. We use this illustration, 4 accounts, legal, everything, filed a protest on them. During the process, the property owner, for whatever reason, was required or chose to replat these 4 accounts in a city. Well, when we have a replatting process, what we do in this appraisal district, and most all appraisal districts, these 4 accounts here get deleted. And we set up 4 new accounts with new account numbers under the new plat. Now, I don't know if it was track 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and was being transferred to lot 1R, 2R, 3R, 4. I don't know the details. But for whatever reason, the property owner replatted these 4 accounts. So these get deleted, and these are the new 4 accounts. We send new appraisal notices to these 4 new accounts saying, here's your notified value, to the property owner, not to the agent, because all of a sudden we have no agent authorization on these new accounts. We have agent authorizations on these accounts, but these are now deleted. We send notification to the property owner gets that. The property owner does not file a protest on the accounts. Now the agent is coming back up saying, wait a minute, what happened to my protest? Well, your property owner replatted. These went away, and you don't have new agent. We don't know if the property owner still wants to represent you on these 4 accounts. That question comes and lands in my lap. What do I do? Well, there's nothing in the law. There's nothing in the rules that say, in this situation, this is how you handle it. I go ahead and I make the decision to honor the designation that this agent had and go ahead and allow him to proceed with a protest using these 4 accounts. So whether I did that right or whether I did that wrong, that's yet to be determined. But I erred on the side of the property owner in that particular case because there's no precedent, there's no law behind it. But this agent authorization thing can get very, not every question is clear, cut, and dry, is what I guess I'm trying to say.
In that situation, was the protest done within the protest time?
Yeah,
or it was already outside of the protest
No,
time?
the original 4 protests, as I was saying to Jungus a while ago, is that they filed a protest on all their accounts. So it was timely filed on these accounts. It was just these accounts.
But it wasn't timely filed
There was
on the new
nothing
ones?
filed on these.
But, so you honored, even though it was out after
yeah.
the time frame?
Yeah, because it was
You
the
honored
same property. I went ahead and honored.
I just wanted to get that
yeah,
clarification.
honored the fact that,
Yeah.
now it's going to be between that tax agent and that property owner, whether or not that property owner, I mean, who's to know that I send the appraisal notices to the property owner, the property is like, I'm okay with those values. I mean, maybe I'm replatting them for a particular reason. Maybe they're going to sell them, maybe they're whatever, and maybe the appraisal districts, I'm good with that. He may not want the agent. I don't know. But that now becomes an issue between the agent and the property owner on that particular case. But these can be rather challenging issues that come up. I mean, I know we deal with some simplistic issues with a property owner wants to designate an agent. That's good. That one's easy. But then when you have a replat or if you have another issue that comes up, it sells during the middle of this, the property changes hands. We've had some agents that have argued, no, I was the designated agent on January the 1st. Well, but it sold March the 2nd. And does the new owner still want you to be the agent? Does the new owner want the property to be protested? those are all complicated issues that come up, and it's like, how do you deal with them? So I hope that answers the question with regards to kind of how our meeting turned out. It was a very good meeting. I was very happy with the cooperation that both the appraisal districts and the tax agents. We actually had 2 attorneys on the call, and both the attorneys one represented appraisal districts, represented tax agents and property owners. So we had good conversation there. And quite frankly, we were in a lot of agreement on everything we did. And with regards to legislative changes, I don't think either side is interested at this particular time of bringing any kind of legislative changes. We need to notify agents more. That doesn't need to be in the law. Appraisal districts just need to agree, sure, we can provide you better notification. And so I think a lot of the issues that exist are just simply can be worked out rather than writing legislation to fix something that's not necessarily a problem. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to attempt to answer them.
But I think they are.
Yeah, I have some questions here, kind of like Jen, this is maybe pretty naive, but just trying to get a better understanding. I don't know if the word is happy, or glad, but I'm glad there's other districts facing what we're facing, and that this is coming out now, you know, that's being worked on, that there's cooperation. You know about how many more meetings you plan on having with this group, or?
Yes. Actually, what I'm planning on doing is, haven't set a date yet, but either late February or early March, I intend to hold an agent meeting here, probably in this room, with all. We're going to send an email to all the agents that we have on record to say, you need to come in, we need to sit down, we need to just go over before the season. And this is not something new. We've done this before. COVID kind of threw everything off the rails to have those kind of meetings. But I also have established an agent, words are escaping me. I have like an agent advisory group where I have about 5 different agents that are on this advisory group. And again, we met pretty regularly before COVID. And then when COVID happened, we kind of dropped the ball there. But I have them also that I meet with periodically to say, hey, these are some issues that let's talk about. I will say sometimes the agents don't like to talk in front of each other all the time. Right. give away some trade secrets and things like that.
Right. Mr. Lau,
wait, Mr. Tracy, wait just a minute. Do we want to allow discussion?
I would defer to Matthew whether or not we should.
It is the call of the chair. Somebody must call the chair.
Yeah. What?
Let me go ahead.
I know it is. That's the reason I was going to say. But let him finish, and then I'm going to call on you. Okay? Go ahead. Okay. And I'm glad you bring agents in here too, and that we have that open discussion.
Yes.
And also find out what they're going through, what issues are they having. So out of curiosity, of course, I don't know how the agents work, but let's say an agent has a business with other agents in there. Is the main agent, let's say an agent A, in office B and C, gets a client, and he has to find that client to another agent in his office?
Yes, and that's not a naive question. That's actually a very good question, a very complicated question. Yes, in my opinion. I know that a lot of times when you see appointment of agent forms, especially if it's a company, you'll see the company name being listed as the agent, not necessarily an individual. In other cases, we'll sometimes see an individual named as the agent, not a company. So we do respect the fact that if property tax consultant company A is listed as the agent, we really don't care what agent comes in to actually represent the account, especially if they work for that company. Now, we have had some situations in the past where, let's say, an agency in Houston gets an agent designation on a property from Fort Worth, but for some reason they don't have time or whatever, and they can't come up here for the hearing. They may ask another agent from a different company, can you go down there and represent me? Initially, that was again, nothing addressed in the law. The law didn't mention it. The law didn't address it. We got legal counsel. And again, the legal counsel there was, if you get a letter from the agency in Houston saying, yes, I'm hereby authorizing an agent up here, to represent me, that should be okay, as long as we have some kind of notification from the original agent saying I'm doing that. Now, I have no idea whether the property owner knows that that's
Right.
going on, whether they approve it or don't approve it, because our initial thought was, wait a minute, the property owner didn't hire the Tarrant County agency, they hired the Harris County agency. But again, it's not addressed in the law, and so we've, again, been given advice, just get the Houston agency to give you a documentation to say the Tarrant agency has the right to proceed.
So it's kind of like, we're the kids. Let's learn how to get along before we have to talk to mom and dad.
Yeah, I think that's a good
What
idea.
it is. How common is it for an agent to get fired?
Common, yeah.
Common question.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Stanley, would you like to
Yes,
come to the mic, please?
okay. Mr. Law, what is the name of the committee you were on? Is there a report available, and who do you report to?
Okay, I was on a subcommittee of the Texas Association of Appraisal District, the Legislative Committee.
Okay,
I do not have the report finalized, and I will be submitting that report back to the Legislative Committee.
right. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Wallen, may I?
Mr. Bennett?
Thank you.
On this subject, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wallen. Ms. Law, that committee was formed back in 2016, I believe, in response to the Tidwell Freeway report.
No, sir, that committee has been in existence since TAAO, or TAAD's been in existence. Has nothing to do with the Tidwell
Your
report.
committee for tax agents, let me be more clear.
Oh, okay.
The one you say you routinely meet with,
Yes.
that was set up in 2016?
Approximately,
In
yes.
response to the Tidwell Weaver report?
It was set up in response to how should TAD better communicate with its taxing entities. It actually wasn't really in response to the Weaver-Tidwell report. It was in response to some of the questions that we got regarding our software conversion.
Okay, all right, well, they're all related.
So it wasn't set up as a result of the
It was a
Weaver-Tidwell
result
report.
of it, but it was related to it. Those members died, and to
One
my
did.
knowledge, you had not replaced those individuals. I know Mario Day died,
Yes, sir.
Jameson's afro.
Yes.
Now, I brought that up to the board's attention prior to all these new members, because that has not been a meeting that you've been having. Now, all of a sudden, you reconstituted it. When did you reconstitute it? It's always been in play, and I don't know how many meetings you've had since 2016.
I can't really say off the top of my head. Like I said just moments ago, that since COVID of 2020, we have not had any meetings because of, you know, just,
This is a 2019 is when I brought it up, during COVID. But I spoke as to the past history of it. So I would like you to tell the board today what 5 tax agents are on the committee today. Thank you.
do you want to know that? There is, going off my memory here, there's Mr. Nick Olenix on this committee, Mr. Chris Copeland's on this committee, Mr. O'Day was on the committee and then he passed away. I'll have to go back and look. I can't remember off the top of my head who the other members are, but it's an advisory committee where we just sit down and we just talk about issues related to the appraisal review board, issues related to agents, to try to work out any issues.
We addressed that when I brought that up and understanding the.
Please, if you're going to talk, we need you on the mic. I'm sorry, but I mean, I think we're kind of getting off the subject of what we're talking about today, Mr. Bennett.
Before.
Okay.
And I do appreciate, which you're explaining to everybody else, but we already had this discussion 3 years ago.
Okay, thank you.
2.5 years ago. Thank you.
I believe
do have
this is,
some questions.
beg pardon?
I do have some questions.
Yes, okay.
To just,
We'll move to Mr. Thompson.
Jeff, thank you for the summary. I think that was a really good meeting.
Yes.
I'm still learning quite a bit about all this. And so, I guess one thing that jumped out at me, the district not responsible for policing signatures. So who's responsible for making sure that a signature is a valid signature? Nobody?
Well, in my opinion, I think it's the responsibility of the agent and the owner. I mean, the agent has the responsibility to go to the property owner and either the agent fills out the form or the property owner fills out the form. I've seen it both ways, where the property owner fills out the form in pen,
But who requires a signature? We do, right?
comptroller does.
Okay. If a government entity is requiring a signature, it seems like a government entity has the responsibility to make sure that the signature is a lawful and valid signature, whether it's the comptroller or us as the agent of the comptroller, because in essence, we are. It seems like there's got to be some responsibility other than just leaving it there, because we're the ones requiring it. Or the comptroller, the
Yeah.
government
Through
agencies
their
are. So I think,
comptroller's form.
I think there's going to have to be something there, and of course, it'll probably end up being an unfunded mandate that we have to deal with eventually, that we have to verify these signatures and pay for the system to have the digital signatures validated.
Well, but I think if the agents themselves, and if the comptroller, the law, that could be a legislative change. If the law would require it be digital signatures, then the agents could pay for that digital.
Well, and that's kind of where I was going with this, because, I'm still trying to figure out all the different relationships. I think this district exists, and we work for the taxing entities, right? I think secondary people that we work for are taxpayers, because at the end of the day, they're the ones that really pay for all of it, for the taxing entities and for us. So I think that we got to keep that in mind. And then the agents, the taxing agents, or what do you call them?
Tax consultants.
Tax consultants. They work for taxpayers. We work with them. I guess, do they create more work, or do they create more cost to our agency, or do they save us costs?
I think it's a combination of both, yes, because every time an agent files a protest, that's going to create work on our staff, and it's going to cost us money. It's going to cost, potentially cost the ARB in the way of per diem, because there may be a hearing. The way they save us money is if agents come in and say they file 1,000 protests that they have, and they come in and they say, you know what, I'm good on this 100. I'm going to withdraw them. Now all of a sudden I don't have to set up hearings. I don't have to have that. That saves us money. If the agents come in and they sit down and say, you know what, let's negotiate, and we come to an agreement, and then those protests get withdrawn, that saves us money. So there is a two-part test, if you will. Agents can help save us money if they'll negotiate and they'll work through values and so on and so forth. But on the other hand, we have some agents that's like, no, I'm going to file protests on all 5,000 accounts, and I'm going to sit down and I'm going to be at every one of them. That winds up costing a lot of money. Now, with regards to the validation of signatures, when someone signs a signature with a pen, I mean, a lot of times you can tell that it's a signature. Doctors aren't very good because their signatures aren't legible. But a lot of times those type of, I'll throw attorneys in there too. Sometimes their signatures aren't legible either. But a lot of times you can kind of tell, but I really don't have any idea of knowing if that's a valid signature or not. But I can show you hundreds of AOA forms where there is a scribble mark on the form, and it does not look like any kind of signature. In fact, I'm sure you all have gone to a store and taken the little stylus pen, and sometimes my signature don't look like my normal wet signature. So how would we go about validating that could pose, as you're saying, a tremendous expense, because we would most likely have to call, email, say, will you verify that this is your signature? If we could go to a digital signature or just make it digital or wet, there could be much better validation. And we do have some agents, I'm not pointing at these two, but I really don't know how they do it, but we do have one agent that I'm aware of that he does all of his with digital DocuSign signatures. And there's a more of a valid approach to that.
I guess what I'm thinking is, really, again, our job is to serve the taxpayers. Looks like these agents have generated a pretty good business model out of it, using this entity without any cost to those agents.
Right.
Right. And so, there may be something there. especially if we're incurring increased costs to the agency from having to deal with these agents. I think that's something to be considered. I had brought up a suggestion at the last meeting, and it sounds like it's in line with you communicating more with the agents. If you're going to communicate more with the agents, then we certainly should communicate more with the taxpayers. And my recommendation was that anytime there is a change of agent, that we send the taxpayer an email or a letter to let them know, hey, you've had a change of agent in the system, or for whatever reason, something triggered a change of agent. If you're good with it, then don't do anything. But if you're not good with it, then let us know that this is not something that you want. And I think that before we do that, even for agents, I think we should do that for taxpayers, because I think that'll address a lot of the issues that you're bringing up in terms of, you know, if somebody gets bought and sold, if 10,000 accounts get bought and sold, if you can basically make it so that it's automated, that when a change of agent occurs in the system, that taxpayer gets a notification somehow, whichever way we communicate with them, whether it's through mail or email. Then if Catherine's account was sold from company A to company B, she'll know. If she doesn't like it, then she can tell you. If she doesn't do anything about it, then the transaction goes through as you put it in. But I really think that it's important that we communicate with the taxpayers first and foremost. So if you're going to figure out how to communicate more with agents, then let's throw the taxpayers in there and make sure that we communicate.
I completely agree. And a lot of the decisions that we had made previously were really to try to protect the taxpayer, to say, no, we're not going to change anything in mass. You go get all new appointment of agents, and you sit down and you talk with those taxpayers. But now it's happening more and more. And again, as I mentioned, we had 41,000 appointment of agent files filed between March and July. So, but I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think in terms of a digital signature, again, the legislature may come back and put it on us, but that may be something that, the agents can pay for, since there's no cost to them doing business with us at all.
When we looked into DocuSign many years ago, the cost per signature was somewhere between $1 and $5 a piece.
Yeah.
And if you have, just a few transactions, that's not bad. Or if you have a way to pass that, like title companies use it all the time, but they just pass it along to the buyers and the buyers.
And that'll be up to the agents to decide whether they pass it along to their clients or it's just part of their cost of doing business.
But if, for example, if I'm going to do an online settlement type process and I'm going to require a digital signature, we're most likely going to have to pay for that. And then you start talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars just for digital signatures, and then it seems cost prohibitive.
Well, it may be, but in order to protect the taxpayers and make sure that we are, putting them as the most important people here in this group, that may be money that we have to spend, because we have to make sure that what we're doing is right by the taxpayers. And if it means that on the budget we need to add, I would prefer that the legislature fund us or somehow, provide for that. But if not, I think that's money well spent to make sure that all the data that we have is truly valid data.
Well, I think in this particular situation and scenario, since it's the agent that's trying to get the property owner to hire them, then I would think that the agent gets that signature and obviously pays for that digital signature, and that way we get a document that has a type of validation to where we have assurance that yes, that property owner did it in fact.
Then we just build our systems to make sure that we have that signature. I think that's great. But yeah, I really feel like as a district we have a responsibility to make sure that those signatures are true and valid signatures. And again, communicating with the taxpayer when there's a change. I think both of those are really important.
I think this has been really good discussion as far as I'm concerned. I think we had some problems in the past year about this exact issue, and I think that what we've talked about today, probably and what you brought up, is to protect the taxpayer and to be sure that those signatures are correct. Because I know with the, which one do you call it? It's not the digital, but the other, many times.
Electronic?
Yeah, electronic. I've signed those things and I thought nobody would ever, how do they know that's me? And of course the bill was
I've
paid. but-
adjusted my signature for those things, because it's hard to write the whole name when you know it's not going to come
Well,
out
when
right
you're
anyway.
telling you to use your finger, have you done those?
Yeah.
Well, it's just, I can't do it.
Madam Chair, I've got
Not
a
legibly.
couple of questions.
Sure, go ahead.
I think they'll be pretty quick. You've already answered that nobody around that table thought there was a legislative answer down in Austin. I can definitely see that conclusion, because not very much good happens with legislation in Austin to begin with. I was down there yesterday.
Good.
As far as who's responsible, you say the property owner and the tax agent, if it has to get adjudicated, at that point, the ARB would make the decision about which signature to, that they're going to hear. Is that true?
I don't know, I may look over there towards Matthew to see if he, I mean, when an appointment of agent form is there, I do think the ARB could make a decision over it.
Yeah.
But
it's
I
not
don't-
Tad's decision.
No, it shouldn't be, and I can't imagine where Tad would most likely contest the decision. Matthew, do you have a suggestion?
No, that is a protest that is really filed with the appraisal review board, and so at the end of the day, questions regarding the validity of the protest and the validity of the AOA form and all of that would ultimately be determined by the ARB, and even those matters that the district has to make a judgment on, like if they're going to send notices to somebody that had an appointment of agent form, one of the things that you can protest to the ARB is, any action of the chief appraiser or the appraisal office which affects and adversely applies to the property owner. And so if the Tarrant Appraisal District changed an AOA form and the property owner disagreed with the way that it had been changed, they would have a remedy in front of the ARB to try to get that rectified.
And then you said that Travis County is doing something and you want to talk to them about how
Yes.
they're doing it, just in general.
Yes,
I would definitely want to hear more before we did anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, what Travis County, as I understand it, and I haven't seen it because you have to be able to go into the agent portal side of it, and I haven't seen that. But it's my understanding that Travis has a good way to revoke or revocate an agent authorization. And I got the impression from the agents that, and you might be surprised that a lot of times agents will revoke. And it probably has to do that I didn't get paid, so therefore I'm going to revoke it and not be their agent anymore. But apparently Travis has some way that the revocations can go through rather quickly, seamlessly, and it would have to be something that we would most likely add to our agent portal to do that. Right now, we just allow it in the form of an email or in regular writing.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments?
Re-education.
This was a good discussion. I think we all have a little bit better understanding of exactly what we
Yeah,
can and what we
when this
can't
came
do.
up, and I forget which meeting it was, but when it came up, I knew this was a very complicated issue.
Oh, it is.
I talked to several tax agents about it, and I understand things have been done in the past, or that things in the past were thought to be done, and the fact that it's still going on and it came up the way it did, I felt like we really need to zero in on that, and maybe some legislation is needed. So it's more of an affirmative process.
Yes.
So many people don't have the decision-making authority.
That's
What's on
where
those forms.
I think the clarification of
Yeah.
whose court is this in for this issue, and is it ours, is it ARB? That's the reason we have a really good attorney to help us decide those things.
Can I say one final thing? I do want the board to know I am going to be making some changes in this appraisal district, how we handle some of the agent, and then mainly the notification process. We can do a much better job of that. And me using the word policing, that might be too that might not be the right term. We just want to make sure that we only deal with the things that we have authority to deal with. And
Good point.
so policing might be just too strong a term to use there, but we are going to be making some changes in this appraisal district to try to make that process smoother, faster, better going forward.
And we thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
We love improvements. Well, okay, so no other discussion on this item? Okay, it's been very helpful, I think, for all of us. And hopefully for the taxing agents and the taxpayers, that everyone's included. Okay, we'll move to 9, information items and a report by our taxpayer liaison officer. The report is in the book. Okay, that would be number
Under
liaison report. Okay, do you want to read it?
I can if you'd like for me to.
Well, we've all got it, but maybe just for the record, do you want to just give some of those?
Yeah, I can. The taxpayer liaison provided the report for the January, I guess it's January through December 2022. Looks like it may be a year in. Some of the categories, she had over 65 exemption questions, disabled veteran questions, some ownership questions. She kind of has it labeled there, the volume. It looks like in October through November. I won't go back over the whole year because she actually gave those. Two questions, one question, 3 questions, one question, 8 questions, eight total referrals to her, as they like to say. But one of them dealt with the tax code, one of them dealt with just TAD, one of them dealt with three of them dealt with ARB hearings, so questions about the ARB. One question was about passwords or PINs, which we use to log into the system. And 2 was value statements or value increase questions. So it looks like she, if you look at January through March, she had 12 inquiries. April through June, she had 14. July through September, she had 13. But October through November, she only had 8. So, which would be typical because it's past the ARB season, if you will.
Good. And then she had January, December appointments and resignations of the ARB members. Okay. Thank you. Any questions on that? Anybody have any comments, questions? Then we are down to the Chief Appraiser's report.
Well, my Chief Appraiser's report was that AOA. When I was thinking about what I was going to report on, I actually had taken a vacation during the time that Jeff was working on the budget, or not the budget, the agenda. So he kind of put my Chief Appraiser's report up as a discussion item for AOAs. So I've provided you with that.
Okay. All righty. Well, we're moving on to, at this time, we will recess to executive session pursuant to the following parts of the Texas Open Meetings Act Government Code, Chapter 551, for the following purposes: to deliberate regarding the possible lease of real property and for performance evaluation of our executive chief executive. And we will return, and any action that will be taken after the recess executive session will be done after the meeting. So we will now go into executive session, and that's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
pull the cushion off of that microphone so I could see the red light.
Oh, smart.
Okay, we will reconvene after our executive session, and we will, the first action, or the first item that we discussed, deliberation on lease of real property.
Sorry, making my notes over here is reading the attorney's writing.
Okay.
I move to authorize the chief appraiser to retain a commercial real estate agent to negotiate a lease for space that can be used for warehouse space and ARV hearing.
Do I hear a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We did that. The next one is the evaluation and performance of our executive director or chief appraiser. Motion?
We had a great conversation back there, and I think our chief appraiser is aware of how we evaluate his performance for this year. I don't think there's anything secret about that. So with that in mind, I move that we retain the chief appraiser under the same terms as he was retained in this last year.
Madam Chair, I'm going to vote for this. I appreciate the discussion that we had, and I want to convey, because I've had pretty strong feelings, I think that's obvious. But we did have a frank discussion about all the issues, and what I believe is that this board is very attentive to what happened last year and things that caused it. And I believe the situation is getting rectified. So I'm going to vote for this, and I want to encourage y'all to do the same. Also want the public to understand there was a revealing, helpful discussion and executive session about everything that's happened. And that's where I am.
Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now down to proposed future agenda items, and I would like to ask would like to have on our next agenda a review of our HR policy as a
But the HR and conflict of interest, or those
yes,
two separate
conflict of
ones, or-
interest. Yes.
Conflict of interest policy, right?
Thank you. I didn't write all that down.
Just that one item?
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't need the whole thing. This
Yeah,
is just
conflict
something
of
that
interest.
seems to be coming forward, so.
Would it be helpful if we also had what some other districts are doing with their policies?
Yeah, I think that can all be review and information, necessary information that
idea.
we might need, whatever.
Don't need to reinvent the wheel. If you can get some of that information for us,
Yeah,
Jeff, that'd be great.
okay. It will be a discussion item.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? No?
Can I, discussion or just discussion, not action?
Are we doing that as a discussion item so that we can?
Well, we don't know.
Policy too, or?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to do it first as a discussion item.
And then if we need
If
to,
you all feel like there needs to be some sort of an
Yeah.
amendment, then we can set up the next meeting with an action item.
because it may be a good policy.
Okay.
We don't know yet that there needs to be any change, so let's just use it as discussion. Okay. Any other comments from board members?
Something, Julie?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Next scheduled meeting is February the 10th, 9 o'clock. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, gentlemen, for all your hard work today.